Good evening and welcome into Cavalier Field. It is game 2 of the series between the visiting Fort Collins Foxes and your Dodge City A's. You can see the lineups. We'll talk about all that as we get into the game. But first of all, we are almost ready for first pitch. The first pitch to Larry Haskins, the leadoff hitter for the Fort Collins Foxes, in for ball number 1. Good evening and welcome into Cavalier Field. It is game 2 of the series between the visiting Fort Collins Foxes and your... I had an echo. So the leadoff, Larry Haskins, on a 1-0 pitch, grounds out to the second baseman. One away for the Foxes. As Nuri Todd steps in, he sends the first pitch he sees. It's a pop-up, fielded by Grant Weisermans for out number 2. So 2 away now for the Foxes, and that will bring in the third baseman, Phoenix West. West takes the first pitch he sees for ball number 1. So the batting order for the Foxes, leading off, it is Haskins, then Todd, West, Bertucci, Wright, Little, Carter, Carrillo, and Fontana. Walker Emmons gets the start on the mound for the Foxes. As Phoenix West takes ball number 2. The 2-0 count coming is in for strike number 1. The 1-0 count, 2-1, called strike. That will even the count at 2 apiece. Steven Trinidad, the start on the mound for the Dodge City A's. The 2-2 pitch is chopped, will go foul for the count to remain at 2 apiece. Two pitch coming from Steven Trinidad. Delivers, it's inside. It'll plunk West on the elbow, and that will be a hit by pitch to put a runner on. So here comes Nicholas Bertucci. Bertucci last night was the beer batter for the Fort Collins Foxes. Well, what does a beer batter mean when the Fort Collins Foxes are the visiting team? If the beer batter strikes out, it is discounted beers at the ballpark for the remainder of the next 15 minutes. The beer batter tonight, Nuri Todd, who flew out on the first pitch that he saw. So no discounted beers yet. Nuri Todd struck out 3 times last night. That pitch down low for ball number 1. Trinidad with 10 pitches, 5 have been in for strikes. Steven Trinidad, making his 5th appearance for the Dodge City A's, comes in today with an 0-2 pitching record. The throw over to first, not in time. That pitch is fouled off. Count evens itself at 1 apiece. Steven Trinidad, 11 innings pitched coming into today's contest, has allowed 19 runs, struck out 14, walked 12, and allowed 17 hits. His ERA stands at 14.73. Throw over to first, not in time. Trinidad last pitched against the Liberal BJs back on June the 3rd, went 3 1/3 innings in that ball game, allowing 5 runs and 5 hits, striking out 4. Two balls, 1 strike to count on Nicholas Bertucci. That pitch misses high. Count moves to 3-1. The longest outing for Steven Trinidad, a 5-inning outing that came against the Derby Twins back on June the 23rd. Went 5 innings in that one, allowing just 2 runs on 2 hits, walking 4 and striking out 8. The 3-1 pitch swung on and missed. A little half-hearted swing by Bertucci, and the count runs full. Bertucci in the 4-hole last night as runner takes off. He'll be a ball 4 that will put runners on first and second. So after 2 quick outs, 2 runners on and 2 away for the Fort Collins Foxes. Bertucci last night was on base 4 out of 5 times that he was at the plate. So in steps James Wright. Wright hit in the 5-hole last night for the Fort Collins Foxes. He was 3 for 5 with a home run. The throw back to second. More to look west back. First pitch misses high for ball 1. Currently 92 in Dodge City. Winds out of the east-ish at 9 miles an hour. Feels like 95. So that mound visit is over, and we'll go back to work. A 1-0 count to James Wright. The A's with their white pants today go with the yellow tops. The yellow tops have green Dodge City A's logo on the front, their numbers on the back outlined in white. They also have the outline of the state of Kansas on their back as well. That pitch misses low for ball number 2. The Foxes go with an all-white combination. Last I checked, all whites were usually for a home game.
I know they had a discussion about it before the game yesterday. I don't think Coach Young was very happy about it.
Yeah. Pitch is grounded to the shortstop Mora. They'll go to second for the force out. So Morin to Gorsh. Gorsh just joining the team. That will do it for the inning. The Foxes strand 2 come up empty. We're headed to the bottom of the first. Martin, Weisermans, and McAvoy due up for your Dodge City A's. When we return, you've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Welcome into Cavalier Field. Walker Emmons on the mound for the Fort Collins Foxes. Let's go ahead, take this quick opportunity to show you so there is the batting order. Leading off, it is Shannon Martins, followed by Grant Weisermans and Tyler McAvoy. So you can go back and replay that. We'll talk about the overall lineup. As Shannon Martin steps in to face Walker Emmons, takes the first pitch. He sees 4 ball number 1. Emmons on the roster, 5'11", 165 from Loveland, Colorado. Shannon Martins, on the other hand, 5'10", 185, played his sophomore season at Texas Southern, comes from New Orleans, Louisiana. A 2-0 count to Shannon Martin. That pitch in for strike number 1. Two balls, 1 strike. Emmons comes set. Goes to the outside again and gets the strike call to even the count at 2 apiece. The A's and Foxes, after the A's fell in last night's ball game, 11-2. Shannon calls time and steps out. The A's at 10-16 overall on the season, as they enter tonight's contest, have lost 2 in a row. They fell to the Foxes last night, 11-2, and to the BJs the night before, 3-1. The throwdown to first on the drop strike 3 in time. That will complete the strikeout, and 1 away for the Dodge City A's. Here comes Grant Weisermans. Weisermans, 5'9", comes from Westmont, played his freshman season there, calls Murrieta, California home. Pitch into Weisermans for strike number 1. Emmons has settled in and started to find the strike zone. 0-1 delivery. On the outside edge that time, called strike. Down in the count, 0-2. So I was saying in the last half inning, the Fort Collins Foxes going with their all-white combination, as that pitch goes high and inside. White pants that have an orange stripe down the side, and white tops, a teal bluish combo that says FOCO across the front with their numbers in orange, orange belts, and numbers in orange on the back as well. That pitch misses outside to even the count at 2 apiece. One away for the Dodge City A's. Nobody on. The 2-2 pitch misses outside and low. And the count runs full to Grant Weisermans. Weisermans has been a steady out in center field for the Dodge City A's. One of those types of athletes that can go gap to gap. Pitch bounces in front of Weisermans, and that will be a ball 4 to draw the walk. Here comes Tyler McAvoy. Tyler, another Westmont product. 6'1", 210, comes from Fontana, California. McAvoy, one of 3 players on the roster for the Dodge City A's from Westmont. Him, Mora, and Weiserman's the 3 Westmont players as he takes strike number 1. The A's really haven't gone on any sort of a streak per se. The longest streak, a 5-game losing streak in the early part of the season. Then they would go on a 3-game winning streak when they went on the road to Colorado. Otherwise, it would be a couple of losses here and there, a win sprinkled in between some of those losses. The A's also a 3-loss streak that was broken by the 9-5 win to the Hazarks on Sunday night. So Weiserman or McAvoy will go down. Two away for the Dodge City A's, and that'll bring in Jake Vassell. Throw over to first was not in time. Vassell, a sophomore from Lake Erie. 6'2", 200 from Bainbridge, Ohio. The first pitch to Vassell, swung on. Comes up empty. Down in the count, 0-1. Vassell, the first baseman for the Dodge City A's, takes that when it's a high fly ball headed out to left field. It's going, and it's gone. The A's draw first blood tonight as Jake Vassell sends a high fly ball over the left field wall at the Cavalier field sign for a 2-run home run. The A's lead it 2-0. The A's able to get on the board first, something that they don't do very often, but they've done it here tonight. See if they can hold on to a lead now as Isaiah Velasco steps in. Velasco, the catcher for the Dodge City A's, a junior, played at Cal Berkeley. 6 foot 180 is Velasco, comes from Silmar, California. Takes the first pitch for ball number 1. Emmons fires, goes outside again. 2-0 the count to Isaiah Velasco. Emmons works from the first base side of the rubber. As he looks in. Gets his sign, come set. The 2-0 delivery, good enough to offer up, did Velasco. Comes up empty, though. 2-1. Coming inside does Emmons. Count moves to 3-1. Emmons delivers, pops, goes foul and out of play, and the count runs full. We'll see a payoff pitch coming up from Walker Emmons, the starting pitcher for the Fort Collins Foxes. The defensive alignment for the Foxes in the outfield, left to right, Todd, Little, and Bertucci. Third to first across the infield, it is West, Haskins, Carrillo, and Wright. Emmons on the mound, J.J. Fontana, the battery behind home plate. Velasco takes ball number 4, and it is a walk to put a runner on with 2 away. Nate Murphy now up for the Dodge City A's. Murphy, the left fielder, hits in the 6th hole tonight. Murphy, a freshman from Northeast Oklahoma, comes from Bixby, Oklahoma, on the roster at 5'11" and 185. First pitch misses high to Nate for ball number 1. Nate hit in the 5 hole last night for the Dodge City A's. Drew 3 walks in the ball game. That pitch misses for ball number 2, and here comes the coach for the Fort Collins Foxes. He already is wanting to talk things over as Walker Emmons now at 25 pitches, 12 for strikes. So we'll take this opportunity to thank some of our sponsors. Bella Italia Ristorante LLC, Daniel L. Love, David H. Snap LC, Robert L. White, John Wilkinson, Hinton Plumbing, Meade Lumber Company, Roger A. Hedrick, and Julian Manuel Garcia. We thank you for your sponsorship and support of Dodge City A's baseball. The mound visit's over. It's broken up, and we'll go back to work. The count, 2 balls, no strikes, 2 away with Nate Murphy at bat right now. So we will go to work. Emmons has his sign and come set. Delivers high and inside, and the count's now 3 balls and no strikes. Game 2 of the series between the A's and Foxes. We'll have Game 3 coming up tomorrow night. That pitch in for strike number 1. 3-1, the count to Nate Murphy. Murphy can afford to leave the bat on his shoulders if he so pleases here. The 3-1 pitch, inside, called strike, and the count runs full. Payoff pitch coming again from Emmons. Runner goes, and that will put 2 on with 2 away for Zach Mora. Nate Murphy drew the walk. The payoff pitch missed for ball number 4. So here comes Zach Mora. Mora, another Westmont product. Freshman there. 5'11", 175 from Moore Park, California. Isaiah Velasco at second. Nate Murphy at first for the Dodge City A's. 2 outs already. Morris steps in, takes ball number 1. The 1-0 pitch coming from Emmons. No work in either bullpen right now. So the Foxes are still going to let Emmons go. The pitch in for strike number 1. Velasco takes his lead off of second again, gets a bigger lead this time. The 1-1 delivery. High and inside, 2 balls and 1 strike, the count to Zach Mora. Mora, the 7-hole hitter tonight for the Dodge City A's. The shortstop also hit in the 7-hole last night. Went 0 for 4 with a walk. Mora takes that one. It's out into left field. Velasco's being waved home, and the left fielder bobbles it, so no excitement on that one. That'll put runners at first and second for the Dodge City A's, and they now lead it 3-0. Nate Murphy at second, Mora at first. Here comes Matthew Rivers. Rivers, the right fielder for the Dodge City A's, takes the first pitch for strike number one. Matthew Rivers, a redshirt freshman from Des Moines Area Community College, comes from Colfax, Iowa, 6'5", 265. For that pitch misses high, makes it 1-1. Rivers in last night's game hit in the 9-hole, drew 2 walks and went 0 for 3. Pitch was called strike. Runners went. The double steal moves runners over to second and third. The count, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Rivers. Both runners in scoring position for the Dodge City A's. Rivers makes contact but sends it foul, and that means the count will remain 1-2. There's a player in the bullpen for the Foxes, just starting to get some stretching going. 1-2 pitch, delivered and swung on. Rivers comes up empty. He'll go down swinging, and that will do it. The A's lead it 3-0 as we head to the top of the second. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Steven Trinidad returns to the mound as Joey Little leads off for the Foxes. Takes the first pitch, sends it out to Matthew Rivers for a hit. Leadoff runner aboard for the Foxes. So the Foxes with their first hit of the ball game, the A's with 3 runs on 2 hits. So here comes Phil Carter. Carter the DH tonight for the Fort Collins Foxes. The first pitch at the shortstop Gorsh, or not shortstop, second baseman. It gets through, and that will put runners on second and third. Well, the coaches for the Foxes not happy as they get the explanation, but that'll put a runner on third with one away. Give Carter credit for a single being thrown out at second.
What's up?
Any auxiliary recommendations for in between innings?
You can run my walkout song.
Oh yeah, Sweet Dreams will not be used.
That's a good one.
You want Sweet Dreams instead of my song?
You ready me? No. We got lots of innings. We're good.
You mess with my walk-up song or walkout song?
The 2-0 pitch was fouled off as Max Carrillo went down for a little bit, possibly twisting his ankle a little bit in that swing. One run has scored. The A's lead it 3-1 with one away. Nobody on the base paths for the Foxes, and so we will go to work after the coach comes in to check on Carrillo. 2 balls, 1 strike. Carrillo takes that one and flies it over the third baseman's head. He'll take a turn around first, but holds up, and that will be a single. Here comes J.J. Fontana.
Oh, wow. What'd he do?
Yo, are you playing all day? Is there a chance?
So J.J. Fontana up for the Fort Collins Foxes. 1 on, 1 away. The pitch in for strike number 1. Steven Trinidad now at 25 pitches, 13 in 4 strikes. 0-1 delivery. Trinidad working from the middle of the rubber. Comes set. Delivers it foul. Down in the count, 0-2. The 0-2 delivery. Trinidad looking in. Shakes one off. Agrees and has his sign. He'll come set. Delivers just a bit outside. Blocked by Velasco to keep the runner at first. One ball and 2 strikes account to J.J. Fontana. Fontana, the 9-hole hitter for the Foxes. He is also the catcher tonight. Fontana did not play in last night's game. 1-2 inside. Throw down to second. Not in time. A good throw, but not in time to catch the runner stealing. And the count moves to 2-2. Two-two pitch. Carrillo with a big lead off of second. Fouls that one off, does Fontana. The count stands at 2 apiece. Something that the A's have not done very well this season is hold runners on. The 2-2 again. Fisted up the middle, fielded by Trinidad, throw to first in time for out number 2. So that'll bring in Larry Haskins back at the top of the order for the Foxes. Haskins grounded out his last time up. Haskins in last night's game goes 2 for 6. First pitch in for ball number 1. That pitch, a high fly ball. Rivers comes in, will have it, and that will end the inning. The Foxes strand 1, but score 1. We're headed to the bottom of the second. 9-1-2 due up for your Dodge City A's when we return. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Jaron Gorsh, who just joined the team, set to lead off for the Dodge City A's. Gorsh, the 9-hole hitter, the second baseman tonight for your A's. Jaron Gorsh, a redshirt freshman from the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, comes from Colorado Springs, Colorado, on the roster at 6 foot 205. Walker Emmons back on the mound, takes the first pitch. It's fielded by the shortstop Haskins. Throw to first in time for out number 1. A good hit. It was deep in the hole, but just not quite deep enough to be able to beat it out. 1 away for the Dodge City A's as we turn the lineup over to Shannon Martin. Martin out on a drop third strike, his first time up. Shannon Martin out batting .284 on the season for the Dodge City A's. Takes that pitch, sends it foul. Down in the count, 0-1. 0-2 delivery coming up from Emmons. Martin down in the count, 0-2, sends one. It's over the second baseman's head, and that'll be a one-out hit for Shannon Martin.
Now batting number 13.
So here comes Grant Weiserman. Weiserman walked on his last time up. Grant's batting .406 on the season. First pitch in to him for ball number 1. Grant actually leads the team in batting average. The next closest person, a recent joiner in Preston Center, he's at .333. Grant also leads the team in extra bases hits as well. And 2-0, the count to Grant Weisermans. I can guarantee you he will be someone fun to watch this next year. As that pitch gets away from the catcher, it'll be a strike call. Shannon Martin taking second. 2 balls, 1 strike. The count to Grant Weisermans, a runner in scoring position with 1 away for the Dodge City A's. Emmons delivers. Weisermans goes to the third baseman. The throw to first in time. That was almost a bang-bang play as well. The speed of Weiserman's hard to beat sometimes. They just almost didn't get it done there.
Now batting number 28.
Shannon Martin held up at second. So 2 away with the runner on at second for Tyler McAvoy. McAvoy went down swinging his last time up. First pitch to McAvoy in for ball number 1. Two-zero pitch coming to Tyler inside, and the count moves to 3-0. Shannon Martin stole third on the 2-0 pitch. Now the 3-0 pitch coming from Emmons. Grounded to the shortstop Haskins. Throw to first is airmailed. An E6 to put Tyler McAvoy on, and Shannon Martin scores. So here comes Jake Vassell again. Vassell, the home run in his first at bat, drove it over the Cavalier field sign just to the left of the scoreboard. Takes the first pitch. He sees 4, strike number 1. Need to go back and say Tyler McAvoy batting .303 on the season. So that pitch misses low to even the count at 1 apiece. Jake Vassell is batting .317. Jake pounds one out into right field, and that'll put runners on first and second. Still 2 outs for the Dodge City A's. Jake Vassal's going to start climbing the ranks of the batting average. And in steps Isaiah Velasco. Velasco walked on his last time up. Velasco batting .200 on the season. Cooled off a little bit as of late, but watch out. The A's get rolling, and they're hard to stop. The A's lead at 4-1. And the Foxes coach in absolutely no hurry to go retrieve the ball that rolled in from the bullpen. Might be a little bit of a stall tactic for his pitcher as well. You never know. So we'll go to work. The first pitch coming to Velasco. McAvoy on at second. Jake Vassell at first takes the first pitch for strike number 1. The A's with 4 runs on 4 hits. The Foxes 1 run on 3 hits and an error for them. 0-1 delivery. Emmons now at 55 pitches. 30 have been strikes. That one's called strike number 2. Down in the count, 0-2 is Isaiah Velasco. The 0-2 delivery on the horizon as Emmons looks in, has his sign, comes set. Velasco swung on and missed. He'll go down on strikes, and that will end the inning. The A's strand 2 and score 1. We're headed to the top of the third. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. To the top of the third we go. The A's lead it 4-1 as Nuri Todd is set to lead off for the Fort Collins Foxes. Todd in last night's game Ball 1 issued to Nuri Todd. Flew out his last time up. Struck out 3 times in last night's game. That pitch misses high for ball number 2. 34 pitches, 17 for strikes for Steven Trinidad. 2-0 delivery coming. Called strike on the outer part of the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count to Todd. Two one. Todd checks his swing. Called strike anyway, and the count evens itself at 2 apiece. Pitch goes low, and the count runs full. Each team scored a run in the second. The A's 3 in the first, 1 in the second. The Fort Collins Foxes with just 1 so far as that pitch misses, and Todd draws the walk. That'll bring in Phoenix West. West was hit by pitch on a full count his last time up. West in last night's ball game goes 1 for 5. A double his lone time on the base paths last night. He would come around and score in the 4th inning for the Foxes. 1-0 pitch coming from Trinidad. No work in the bullpen for the Dodge City A's yet. There was a batter working in the Foxes bullpen. That work has slowed. The count moves to 2-0. Velasco makes a stop just in front of the shins of West. He's going to go out and have a conversation with Steven Trinidad. We've worked our way into the top of the 3rd. We'll go back to work. 2 balls, no strikes, the count to West. 1 on and no out for the Foxes. Throw back to first, not in time. Two-0 pitch, called strike on the outer half. Makes the count 2-1. Murphy, Weisermans, and Rivers, the defense alignment for the Dodge City A's, left to right in the outfield. That pitch misses for ball number 3. Martin, Mora, Gorsh, and Vassell, 3rd to 1st across the infield. Steven Trinidad on the mound, Isaiah Velasco, the battery behind home plate. That is your defensive alignment for the Dodge City A's. Three-one pitch. Swung on and missed, and the count runs full. Trinidad has to come up with something tricky here. See what he can do with the payoff pitch. Fouled off, and we'll see another one. West, the 3rd baseman for the Fort Collins Foxes. Pitch again. Trinidad delivers high, and that'll be ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the inning, and here comes the pitching coach, Chris Isaac, to have a conversation with Steven Trinidad. Nobody even going to the bullpen yet for the Dodge City A's. So during this mound visit, we'll take this opportunity. We'll thank some more of our sponsors: Village Square Mall, First Dental, ITC Great Plains, Kelly Hendricks DDS, Kirby Meat, Best Water of Southwest Kansas, Danny Thomas, and Wendy Barnett. We thank you for your sponsorship and support of Dodge City A's baseball. This mound visit still in progress. Home plate umpire going out to speed this one along as we start to approach the 1 hour mark, and we're just in the top of the third. Well, that mound visit is broken up, and we'll go back to work. Nicholas Bertucci steps in for the Foxes. Bertucci drew a walk his last time up. Back-to-back walks have put runners on first and second with nobody away. Bertucci sends it up the elevator shaft. Calling it off is the shortstop Mora, and that will be out number one. One away for the Foxes. Runners not able to advance, an unproductive out. That brings in James Wright, who hit into a fielder's choice his last time up. Pitch misses down. Velasco fakes the throw, but trying to stay out of advancing more runners. A 1-0 pitch, or 1-0 count to Wright. Runners on the corners for the Foxes. Throw over to first, not in time. At pitch. Sent foul towards the cages. It will fall out of play, and the count moves to 1-1. Todd at third, West at first for the Fort Collins Foxes. James Wright, a 1-ball, 1-strike count with one away. Trinidad comes set, delivers right towards the second baseman. Gorsh gets past his glove. That'll score a run and puts runners on first and second for the Foxes. So the Foxes now trail it 4-2, 1 out still for the Foxes, and that brings in Joey Little. Little singled his last time up. Joey Little in last night's game goes 2 for 5. First pitch to Little, misses high for ball number 1. West at second, Wright at first for the Foxes. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled off. Count moves to 1-1. West with a big lead off of second. Right, or Little fouls that one off. Gets away from the catcher Velasco, and that puts runners at second and third. One ball and 2 strikes. Trinidad has his sign come set. With one away, he'll get Little to swing and miss. The second out of the inning for the Foxes. That brings in Phil Carter. Carter singled his last time up.
At plate number 37, Phil Carter.
Little, Carter, and Carrillo, all three singled back to back to back to open up the second inning for the Foxes. Little would come around and score. That pitch misses high for ball number 1. That pitch misses low and outside, makes it 2-0. Carter flinches, acts like he's going to start to swing, but it's called a strike anyway. 2 balls, 1 strike to count to Carter. Runners at second and third for the Foxes. Top of the third, the A's leading at 4-2. 4 hits for each team. Is that one a line drive right back to the second baseman Gorch that will end the inning. We're headed to the bottom of the third. 6, 7, and 8 due up for your Dodge City A's when we return. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Nate Murphy leading off for the Dodge City A's as we've worked our way into the home half of the third inning. The A's lead this ball game 4-2. Nate Murphy walked on his last time up. Takes the first pitch from Emmons for ball number 1. Murphy batting .225 on the season. That pitch misses low, makes it 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch is grounded to the third baseman, West. Throw to first in time, and the first out of the inning for the Dodge City A's. That brings in Zach Mora. Mora's batting .193 for the Dodge City A's. Found himself down a little bit, but starting to straighten things out. Kearns in the bullpen for the Foxes. First pitch to Mora, who singled his last time up. Misses for called strike.
I just got the
0-1. Mora takes it, sends it out to center field. Tracking it is Little, and he'll pull it down ahead of the warning track for out number 2. Matthew Rivers steps up, having struck out his last time up. Rivers batting .111. Takes a swing, comes up empty. Rivers down in the count, 0-1. In 26 plate appearances, Rivers has come up with 2 hits. Count moves to 1-1. Pitch is called strike. Down in the count, 1-2. That pitch misses outside. It will even the count at 2 apiece. Emmons now at 66 pitches. 37 have been strikes. Home half of the third inning. The A's lead at 4-2 with 2 outs. Pitch in, misses low. Payoff pitch coming from Emmons. Called strike on the outside edge, and that will send Rivers back to the dugout. He goes down looking. It's also out number 3 that ends the inning. We're headed to the top of the 4th. The A's lead at 4-2. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Max Carrillo leads off for the Fort Collins Foxes. Singled his last time up. Takes the first pitch. Ball number 1. Steven Trinidad on the mound for his 4th inning of work. A high ball delivered, swung on, missed for strike number 1. That pitch comes inside and misses to make the count. 2 balls and 1 strike on Carrillo. Pitch sent foul to even the count at 2 apiece. Carrillo singled his last time up. The 8-hole hitter last night. Carrillo went 2 for 4. His 2 hits were a triple and a single. Count runs full as that pitch misses low, and we'll see a payoff pitch from Trinidad. Work continues in the bullpen for the Fort Collins Foxes. No work, not even anyone stretching in the bullpen for the Dodge City A's. Check swing, called ball 4, and that will put a runner on with nobody out. J.J. Fontana, the catcher, 9-hole hitter for the Fort Collins Foxes, grounded out his last time up. Foxes completing their 2nd trip through the batting order. The first pitch misses low for ball number 1. 64 pitches, 32 for strikes. So a 1-to-1 ratio right now for Steven Trinidad. Two balls, no strikes, nobody out, 1 runner on. We're in the top of the 4th. The A's leading 4-2. A's 3 in the first, 1 in the second. The Foxes 2 in the second, 1 in the third. 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Foxes. 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Dodge City A's. Trinidad misses outside, and the count moves to 3-0. The 3-0 pitch just a bit upstairs, and that'll put runners on first and second. Matthew Hazard, it looks like, going to the bullpen for the Dodge City A's. Another new signing. Hazard joined the team yesterday. Hazard joined the team yesterday. Gorsh joins the team today. And we'll go to work. Runners on first and second for the Fort Collins Foxes. Carrillo at second, Fontana at first. The Foxes turn the lineup over to Larry Haskins. Haskins 0 for 2, a ground out and a fly out in the ball game. First pitch coming from Trinidad. He takes a look back at second, comes set, delivers high over the head of Haskins for ball number 1. Pitch called strike over the outer half of the plate. Haskins, 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 runners on, nobody out in the top of the 4th. Two one the count to Haskins. Haskins chops it up. It will go foul, and that will even the count at 2 apiece. Nuri Todd stands in the on-deck circle for the Fort Collins Foxes. We'll go back to work. The 2-2 pitch coming up to Haskins. Comes set. Delivers inside, and the count runs full. The payoff pitch, Trinidad comes set, takes a look back at second, delivers for a strike on the lower end of the zone and catches Haskins looking. That'll be a big out, number 1. Here comes Nuri Todd. Todd is 0 for 1, walked on his last time up. Flew out to Weiserman's the first time he was at the plate. The entire crowd cheering for a strikeout of Todd here. The pitch misses outside for ball number 1. Two balls, no strikes. That pitch misses outside. Three balls and no strikes. The count to Nuri Todd. Creo at second, Fontana at first. Trinidad set. Delivers a strike on the outer half to make the count 3-1. Todd sends one to second. Throw to second. Overthrown, and that'll be 1 run in. That puts runners on the corners. The throwing error by the second baseman, Gorsh. And that makes it 4-3. Throw over to first, not in time. The throwing error by the second baseman, Gorsh. Scored a run, runners on the corners for the Foxes. Phoenix West at the plate. has been hit by pitch and walked. The throw down to second. Pitch misses upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes to count to Phoenix West. And the Foxes have scored in every inning now since the first. They did not score in the first, had opportunities, but have scored 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and so far 1 in the top of the fourth. As that pitch misses in a 3-0 count. A 4-pitch walk, and that will load the bases with 1 away. Here comes head coach Dakota Young. So the A's are making a pitching change. We'll tell you about it when we come back. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Matthew Hazard takes over the mound for the Dodge City A's, an Oxnard College product. Freshman at Oxnard this last year, a lefty. 6'2", 190, comes from Cedar City, Utah. Oxnard in 2023-20, Hazard in 2023-24 pitched 27 innings, allowing 22 hits, 18 runs, only 15 of them earned, walked 17, struck out 31, an ERA of 5.0. The first pitch to Nicholas Bertucci misses for ball number 1. It rolls away a little bit from Isaiah Velasco, but not enough to be a scorer. The bases loaded for the Foxes with 1 away. The Foxes have scored 1 already in the inning. We'll see what Hazard can do as he takes over the bases loaded situation. The pitch again misses low. Makes it 2-0. Sixth batter to come to the plate for the Foxes this inning, as that pitch is sent sky high above the head of Velasco, and a grand slam. The Foxes take the lead 7-4.
Next up for the Foxes, number 25, James Wright.
James Wright steps in, takes the first pitch for ball number 1, and after giving up the grand slam, the base is clear. The Foxes have scored 5, lead at 7-4. The 1-0 pitch sent high, giving chase as Vassal. It will fall foul and out of play for strike number 1. Well, when you play with fire, you get burned sometimes, and that's exactly what happens to the Dodge City A's in that scenario. Bases loaded, makes the pitching change, and unfortunately it goes over the fences for a grand slam. That pitch in for strike number 1. One ball and 2 strikes to count. Snagged out of the air by Zach Mora. What an athletic play. And that is out number 2. Zach Mora might get charged with thievery of runs as he robs a base hit from James Wright, snagging that one out of the air. Here comes Joey Little. Little's 1 for 2, struck out swinging his last time up. Little wants to join the hit parade, comes up empty on that swing. The 0-1 pitch coming from Hazard. Matthew Hazard works from the first base side of the rubber. The lefty has his sign, comes set, delivers, gets a swing and a miss. And Little down in the count, 0-2. The A's are going to have some work to do as they now trail by 3 after leading the entire way up until this point. The 0-2 pitch misses high for ball 1. 1-2 is fouled off to keep the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The A's onto their second pitcher of the ball game. That pitch, a fly ball, gets down in the outfield. Weiserman's just not able to get to it. That'll put a runner on. That'll bring up Phil Carter. Carter's 1 for 2. Hit into a line drive his last time up. Carter, the 9th batter of the inning for the Foxes, takes a swing and comes up empty for strike number 1. The 0-1 fouled off, has Carter down in the count 0-2. The 0-2 pitch coming from Hazard as he comes set. Sent into play. Flip to first in time. Gorsh with the assist on the out as he flips over to first. That'll end the inning as the Foxes bat around. We're headed to the bottom of the 4th. 9-1-2 due up for your Dodge City A's when we return. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Jaron Gorsh, Shannon Martin, Grant Weiserman's due up for your Dodge City A's as we've entered the bottom of the 4th inning. The A's trail it now 7-4. Gorsh 0 for 1, grounded out his last time up. He is also responsible for the error on the scoreboard for the Dodge City A's as that pitch misses outside for ball number 1. A new pitcher on the mound for the Foxes. Connor Kearns. Gorsh takes that one. It's headed out to center field. A diving attempt. Did he come up with it? Yes, he did. Joey Little, robbery of a hit. One away for the A's, and that'll bring in Shannon Martin. Martin 1 for 2, singled his last time up.
Next up for the A's, number 25, Shannon Martin.
Shannon Martin holds 15 RBIs for the team coming in to today's contest. Any guesses as to who leads that statistical category? Well, it's the man standing in the on-deck circle behind him. 1-0 count to Martin. Takes that pitch upstairs for ball number 2. Connor Kearns works from the first base side of the rubber. The 2-0 delivery. Just a bit upstairs. Makes it 3-0. Pitch. Called strike on the inside part. 3 balls and 1 strike to count on Shannon Martin. Martin, a drop strike 3 his first time up. Singled the second time he was at the plate. The A's working their third trip through the batting order as Martin takes that one for called strike number 2. And the count runs full. A payoff pitch coming from Connor Kearns. Martin calls time. Kearns was shaking off signs. As he's looking in, he holds his glove up over his head with his arm at a weird angle. Comes set. The payoff pitch. Misses outside, and that puts a runner on. As I said earlier, the man that leads multiple statistical categories, Grant Weiserman's coming up, leads the team in RBIs with 33. Weiserman's is 0 for 1, grounded out his last time up. First pitch he sees from Kearns coming up. Swung on and coming up empty for strike number 1. Kearns delivered a little low, but in the zone. The 0-1 pitch comes inside, called strike. That one was farther inside than the last one. Down in the count, 0-2 is Weiserman's. That pitch misses outside. It's ball number 1. Full count to Grant Weiserman's. The payoff pitch. Runner goes. Weiserman sends it foul up the third base line and will do it over again. So after falling down in the count 0-2, Weiserman's takes 3 straight out of the zone, and now we have another payoff pitch. Kearns delivers. Weiserman sends it. It's a bloop fly headed out to center field, but little able to haul it down. Tried to double off Shannon Martin, not getting it done. 2 away for the Dodge City A's. So that'll bring up Tyler McAvoy. McAvoy's 0 for 2. Got on an error his last time up. McAvoy with 12 RBIs on the season. That pitch misses inside. Evens a count at 1 apiece. McAvoy makes contact, sends it high. It's to the warning track, to the wall. Goodbye. A 2-run home run for Tyler McAvoy. The A's come within 1 on that one. It is a 2-run shot, and the A's now trail 7-6. So that'll bring in Jake Vassell, the man that also has the other home run in this ball game for the Dodge City A's. Vassell drove it over the Cavalier on the left side of the scoreboard earlier. It's 2 for 2, a home run and a single. Takes the first pitch high, but it's called strike. Down in the count, 0-1. Vassell with 7 RBIs on the season coming into tonight. Takes that one for ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Vassell. 2 away. The A's scored 2 after giving up 5 in the top half of the inning. Vassell sends that one on the ground, and it'll be another hit. Have yourself a night, Mr. Jake Vassell, as he takes first base. Here comes Isaiah Velasco. Velasco's 0 for 1. Struck out swinging his last time up. Isaiah Velasco with 11 RBIs on the season for the Dodge City A's. As he steps in after peeling off his gear. The A's with 2 outs have scored 2 runs with 2 away. The A's like to score with multiple outs on the scoreboard as that pitch comes in low for ball number 1. It skirts away from the catcher, Fontana, but not far enough to allow advancement. 1 ball, no strikes, the count to Velasco. Kearns comes set. Delivers inside. It misses to make the count 2 balls and no strikes. Two-0 pitch coming from Kearns. Velasco liked it, swung on it, but comes up empty. Count now 2-1. Two-one pitch taken off the end of the bat, goes out into left field. Runners on first and second for the Dodge City A's. Isaiah Velasco gathers his first hit of the ball game. So that'll bring in Nate Murphy. Murphy grounded out his last time up. Murphy has 10 RBIs on the season for the Dodge City A's. Jake Vassell at second, Isaiah Velasco at first for the A's. 2 away. That pitch is called strike to get Murphy down in the count, 0-1. Murphy makes contact. It's flown out to right. Making the catch is Bertucci, and that will end the inning. The A's strand 2 more, but they score 2 to trail it 7-6. We're headed to the top of the 5th. 8-9-1 due up for the Foxes. You've been listening to Dodge City. Pitch is called strike as Max Carrillo leads off, and the count now 1-2 strikes. Matthew Hazard remains on the mound for the Dodge City A's. Count remains 2-2 as that pitch was fouled back and out of play. Hazard comes set. Delivers. It's sent foul up the right field side. Count remains 2-2. Two count remains. Max Carrillo leads off 1-for-1. Walked on his last time up. Misses high, and the count runs full. The A's 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the fourth. The Foxes 1 in the second, 1 in the third, 5 in the fourth. That pitch up the third base line, cut off by Shannon Martin, but that's all that will happen, as it will be an infield single. J.J. Fontana, the catcher, 9-hole hitter, now up for the Foxes. 0-for-1, walked on his last time up.
As the plate for the Foxes, catcher, number 15, J.J. Fontana.
First pitch to Fontana misses for ball number 1. Pitch is snagged out of the air. A throw to second for 1, throw to first, and a triple play. Double.
Next, the leadoff, number 1, Larry Haskins.
Pitch is called strike to even the count at 1 apiece. Grounded to the second baseman, Gorsh. Throw to first in time. That'll end the inning. We're headed to the bottom of the fifth. The A's trail 7-6. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Zach Mora leads off for the Dodge City A's as we've entered the bottom of the fifth. Mora, Rivers, and Gorsh due up for the A's in the fifth. The A's trailing 7-6. Fort Collins, 7 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. They've stranded 6. The A's, 6 runs on 7 hits, 1 error. They've also stranded 6. Mora's 1 for 2. Flew out his last time up. Takes the first pitch from Kearns out for his second inning of work for ball number 1. Zach Mora with 7 RBIs on the season for the Dodge City A's. Takes the 1-0 pitch. It's called strike on the outer edge to even the count at 1 apiece. The 1-1 pitch misses a little bit outside for ball number 2. Mora takes the called strike 2 to even the count at 2 apiece. Mora, the leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the fifth. Pops one up. It's towards center field. Ranging on it is Little, but pulling it down for out number 1. Matthew Rivers steps up, has struck out both times he's been at the plate.
At the plate, number 32, Matthew Rivers.
Rivers has 1 RBI on the season for the A's. Takes that pitch for ball number 1. The 1-0 pitch from Kearns goes outside, misses for ball number 2. Emerson Lott in the pen for the Dodge City A's. 2-0 pitch inside makes it 3 balls, no strikes. 1 away for the A's. And it's a 4-pitch walk to Matthew Rivers to bring up Jordan Gorsh. Gorsh 0 for 2, flew out his last time up.
Next up, number 27, Jaron Gorsh.
The first pitch as Kearns looks in, has his sign and come set. Rivers on at first, 1 out. A swinging strike to Gorsh. Down in the count, 0-1. Oh, 1 delivery on the horizon. Goes inside, and it's a wild pitch that will move Rivers over to second. He takes a big turn around second, but goes back. The A's have a runner in scoring position with 1 away. Gorsh offers up at that one, comes up empty. Goes down in the count, 1-2. We've eclipsed the 2-hour mark. We're in the bottom of the fifth. Pitch misses outside and evens a count at 2 apiece. Two pitch. Rivers goes, misses outside. Throw down to first, not in time. Big man with a stolen base. Gorsh makes contact to the second baseman. Wright was out of position, but makes the scramble back, and it is out number 2. A's turn the lineup over to Shannon Martin.
At the plate, number 25, Shannon Martin.
Martin 1 for 2, walked on his last time up. Shannon Martin with 23 hits on the season, 41 total bases. 2-0 the count now. The A's have 2 away with the runner on third. Martin represents the go-ahead run. We've worked our way into the bottom of the 5th. The A's starting their 4th trip through the batting order. That one's popped up and fielded by the first baseman Wright. It will end the inning. We head to the top of the 6th, 7-6 Foxes. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Nuri Todd leads off for the Fort Collins Foxes. He's 0 for 2. Hit into a fielder's choice his last time up. Emerson Lott takes over the mound for the Dodge City A's. Lott 6'2", 190 from National Park College. Comes from North Richland, Texas. Delivers ball number 2. Lott 1-3 on the year on the mound. Comes in making his 6th appearance for the Dodge City A's, 17 1/3 innings pitched. An ERA of 6.75 as that pitch is taken for a strike. 16 walks, 18 hits. He has struck out 11 and allowed 17 runs, but only 13 of those are earned for the 6.75 ERA. Ball misses, and Nuri Todd will draw the leadoff walk. So that brings in Phoenix West. West walked on his last time up. West actually no official batting average or batting record in the ball game. He is 0 for 0. A hit by pitch and 2 walks. Pitch is fouled off. West down in the count, 0-1. Emerson Lott's longest outing, a 6-inning outing against the Game Day Angels back on June the 24th. He would allow just 2 runs on 8 hits in that ball game. He threw over to first, not in time.
It's 1-1.
Throw over to first again, and a throwing error that will move Todd over to third as he rounds second. A runner already in scoring position with nobody out. One ball, one strike, the count to West. Runner on third for the Foxes. That one's fouled back. Down in the count, 1-2. Top of the 6th, the Foxes lead this one 7-6 after actually being behind 4-2. That is a fly ball that twisted and moved towards left center as West in with a stand-up double and a run scores. So a runner on again, and here comes Nicholas Bertucci. Bertucci's 1 for 2. Hit a home run his last time up. It's actually a grand slam, not just a home run, but a grand slam that welcomed Matthew Hazard to the team. That pitch from Lott misses low. Throw to second in time. It picks off West. Now 1 away and nobody on. And a 1-0 count to Bertucci. Bot working from the first base side of the rubber goes low, and the count moves to 2-0. The Larks beat the BJs last night 13-2, while the A's fell to the Foxes 11-2. Didn't get an update from the Denver Rough Riders game, and the Pioneers beat the Collegiate Cage Rats 10-2. So as we look around the league in a 3-1 count to Bertucci, Lott comes set. Delivers in, and Bertucci's lines right back at Shannon Martin. Not happy with himself, but a diving attempt by Martin for out number 2.
Now that I'm thinking about it too, I think you're right. That kid that just lined out, I think they said he was at Arkansas, not the one that was getting scouted by Zach.
Next up, number 25, James Wright.
So that'll bring in James Wright. Wright's 1 for 3, hit into a line drive his last time up. Games that are in action tonight, the Larks and BJs again in action. Of course, your A's and Foxes in action too. The Pioneers and Collegiate Cage Rats and the Denver Cougars and Colorado Rough Riders. All games that are in action today. That pitch swung on and missed, and has Wright down in the count 0-2. So the Larks actually tied at the top of the league in first, a two-way tie, 16-4 for both the Larks and the Liberal BJs. Coming in third at 10-9 as Wright will be hit by pitch. The Game Day Angels in third at 10-9. The Foxes in fourth at 11-10. The A's fifth at 9-11. The Pioneers sixth at 9-13. Seventh is the Rough Riders at 7-11, and eighth in the league, 4-18, are the Denver Cougars. Of course, your A's 10-16 overall. The Foxes 16-12 overall. Joey Little steps in. He is 2 for 3 on the evening, has singled in between a strikeout. First pitch outside for ball number 1. A 2-0 count, and James Wright advances to second on a wild pitch. 2 away for the Foxes, and a 2-0 count to Little. Pitch is fouled straight down to make the count 2 balls and 1 strike. A run scores as Karam's off the glove of Gorsh.
Now playing number 37, Phil Carter.
Phil Carter steps in. He's 1 for 3, grounded out his last time up. The A's with 2 errors now in the ball game, and they trail the Foxes in hits 8-7. Time is called, and Lott steps off. Pitch fouled off. Count makes 1 ball and 1 strike.
Oh, he's awesome.
That pitch is called a strike. 1-2 the count to Carter. Foxes have scored 2 in this inning. That pitch misses low. And they appeal down, says no. Count even at 2 apiece. A's trail 9-6. That pitch misses low and outside, and the count runs full. Payoff pitch coming from Lott. Goes low. Little round second, and he will be down at third, and there goes Carter to second. Just bad baseball IQ right now from the Dodge City A's.
At the plate, number 6, Max Carrillo.
Max Carrillo steps in, takes strike number 1. He is 2 for 2. 2 singles and a walk. His night at the plate so far. The A's trailing 9-6, 2 away. That pitch fouled off. The Foxes would get a runner on in Nuri Todd. He would walk on, and then an error would move him over to third. A double from Phoenix West scores Todd. Bertucci would line out as that gets down into left field, and the throw home not in time. They'll throw to second and make the tag. Actually, they will not make the tag. Either that, 2-run score, and the Foxes lead at 11-6. J.J. Fontana at the plate for the Fort Collins Foxes. He is over 2. Has grounded out 2 times and walked on once. Runner at second for the Foxes. They've scored 4 in this inning. They lead at 11-6. Pitch misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Almost 2.5 hours into this ball game, and we are in the top of the 6th inning. Two balls and 1 strike, 2 away for the Foxes. As the 8th batter at the plate this inning. Pitch was fouled off to even the count at 2 apiece.
Oh my goodness gracious God.
The A's have a case of the yips, as another error allows a run to score.
Mr. Kick, how does that make you feel? Chuck dog log? Oh, that's a crazy pool. Oh yeah, that's your era.
He said you're old.
Dude, I'm old too, bro. I'm an '01 baby.
Larry Haskins steps in. He is 0 for 4, grounded out his last time up.
12, 10, 1. 12. I thought they have 10 hits. He has 9 hits though.
Oh, maybe there's an error mixing.
That was a ball.
A 3-0 count, and the pitch gets away from Velasco, and that'll put a runner on, and another run scores.
Which play was that? The one off course. Which one?
Oh, it was a laser beam up the middle. It was a laser beam up
I
the
think it
middle.
was that backhand one.
That was a hard play.
The A's are going to make a pitching change as they trail this ball game 13-6. They will go with Preston Center to take over the mound. We'll tell you more about it when we come back. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. A full count worked by Nuri Todd as the Foxes have batted around in the inning. They've scored 6 runs, lead at 13-6. Preston Center took over the mound for the Dodge City A's. Center, an incoming freshman to Bethany College, pitch grounded to second, throw to first in time. It ends the inning, and we are headed to the bottom of the 6th. The A's trailing 13-6. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. We've entered the bottom of the 6th. Grant Weiserman leads off for the Dodge City A's. He is 0 for 2, flew out his last time up. Connor Kearns still on the mound for the Fort Collins Foxes. A 2-0 count to Weiserman's. Weiserman's grounds it back to the pitcher Kearns. Throw to first in time, out number 1. So that'll bring up Tyler McAvoy. McAvoy's 1 for 3, hit a home run his last time up.
Next up, number 28, Tyler McAvoy.
So the A's actually led the game. They were leading 4-2 going into the 4th inning. The Foxes scored 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, 5 in the 4th, and now 6 in the 6th. The A's 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, 2 in the 4th to trail it 13-6. McAvoy takes that for ball number 1. Kearns with 49 pitches in the ball game, 23 have been strikes. The 1-0 pitch misses outside, makes it 2-0. A ball caroms into the field of play from the first base dugout, or from the first base bullpen, occupied by the Fort Collins Foxes. There is action down in the A's bullpen, kind of. Action in the Foxes bullpen. McAvoy fouls that one off to move the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. McAvoy makes contact. It's a fly ball right at Nuri Todd, and that will be out number 2. Here comes Jake Vassell. Vassel's on fire tonight. Perfect 3 for 3. 2 singles and a home run. His night at the plate.
Next up, number 12, Jake Vassell.
Nobody on, 2 away for the Dodge City A's. That pitch misses for ball number 1. Count even at 1 apiece. We've worked our way into the bottom of the 6th. The A's trail 13-6. That pitch goes inside and sends Vassell scampering back. 2 balls and 1 strike. Pitch goes low again, and the count moves to 3-1. The 3-1 pitch misses inside, and that'll put a runner on for the Dodge City A's. There are 2 away. Here comes Isaiah Velasco, the catcher for the Dodge City A's tonight. Velasco 1 for 2, singled his last time up. Velasco swings, comes up empty, down in the count, 0-1. The A's down to their final 2 games at Cavalier Field. They'll finish up this 3-game series here at Cavalier Field tomorrow night with the Fort Collins Foxes. And then they will have one more game at home after the road trip. They will see the Liberal BJs one last time here at Cavalier Field. So the season starting to wrap up for the Dodge City A's. As that pitch inside and makes the ball count 2 balls and 1 strike. So the season as it stands now, the A's finish the 3-game series tomorrow. They will have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. They will travel to Fort Collins on Sunday. They play these Foxes again on the Monday. Then we'll travel to Gering. They have a 3-game series in Gering. 2 of those are league games. The final game on Thursday next week, a non-league contest set for 11 a.m. Mountain Time. We'll tell you more about those games as we get closer. The 2-2 pitch misses low, and the count runs full. Payoff pitch from Kearns. Goes low, gets away from the catcher, and Vassell now over at third. Here comes the coach for the Fort Collins Foxes. He's going to have a mound visit. They are going to make a pitching change. We'll tell you about it when we return. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Thanks to more of our sponsors, Clark D. Stewart and Fergon Financial LLC and Conant Construction LLC. Along with the City of Dodge City and Ford County, the Community Foundation of Southwest Kansas, Lewis Automotive Group, and Curbs Law Office LLC. We thank you for your sponsorship and support of Dodge City A's baseball.
At plate number 7, Nate Murphy.
Tyler Smith takes over the mound for the Fort Collins Foxes as Nate Murphy steps in with runners on the corners and 2 away. Murphy's 0 for 2. Flew out his last time up. Tyler Smith, the righty on the mound for the Foxes. Smith from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Murphy takes a pitch for ball number 1. Murphy makes contact. It's a fly ball headed to right field. Bertucci hauls it down. That will end the inning. We're headed to the top of the 7th. The A's trail 13-6. You've been listening to Dodge City A's baseball. West makes contact. A high fly ball headed to right field. Off the wall. Digging for third. Turns around and heads back to second. Here comes Nicholas Bertucci. Bertucci's 1 for 3, a line drive, his last time up.
Next up for the Foxes, number 32, Nicholas Bertucci.
A defensive change for the Dodge City A's. Bo Dalian now at third. He will hit in the 9 hole for Jaron Gorsh. Shannon Martin moves from third to second. First pitch in to Bertucci inside for ball number 1. That pitch misses low for ball number 2. One ball and 2 strikes. Bertucci will be hit by the pitch. That'll put runners on first and second and bring in James Wright. Wright 1 for 3, was hit by pitch his last time up. The free base is another issue again tonight for the Dodge City A's pitching staff. You can't say it enough. The free passes are the issue for the pitching staff. Pitches swung on and missed for strike number 1. The 0-1 pitch down low for ball number 1. Preston Center on the mound for the Dodge City A's. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Wright. Nobody out, 2 runners on. Two and 1, the count to Wright. Center misses a little upstairs to make the count 3 balls and a strike. Pitch misses low, ball 4, and it loads the bases. Nobody out for the Fort Collins Foxes. And here comes Joey Little. The Foxes are actually going to have a pinch hitter. Kraus going to hit wearing his cream-colored pants. So the A's have a mound visit between head coach Dakota Young and the entire infield. Young is going to leave center in for the moment. Eric Mendoza's in the pen for the Dodge City A's. The A's are on their 4th pitcher of the ball game. Here in the top of the 7th inning. Aiden Cruz steps up to the plate now, getting his first at bat of the ball game. Kraus chops that one foul, down in the count, 0-1. West at third, Bertucci at second, Wright at first. Bases loaded, nobody out for the Foxes. pitch in for strike number 2. Down in the count, 0-2. That pitch a little bit outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes, a count to Aiden Kraus. He'll foul that one back into the netting, and the count remains 1-2. The Foxes, 13 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. They've stranded 7. The A's, 6 runs on 7 hits, a high fly ball that goes down the left field line, foul. So the A's, 6 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors. They've stranded 9. That pitch misses low. Evens a count at 2 apiece. Kraus makes contact, fouls it off again, and the count remains 2-2. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming.
They bounced off the roof of the shed and Jake caught it.
The 2-2 pitch. Down low, check, swing. They appeal down. No call. Count runs full. Pitch is fouled back into the netting. Got to give credit where credit is due. Isaiah Velasco working hard for the Dodge City A's behind the plate. The payoff pitch. Inside, called strike 3. That'll send Kraus back to the dugout. 1 away for the Foxes and not Phil Carter. The Foxes making a carousel of changes now. Mike Santos LaPlaca. Say that 5 times fast. First pitch to LaPlaca outside for ball number 1. Bases loaded with 1 away. Center spikes it ahead of home plate. And Velasco wears that pitch somewhere that is not comfortable. So while we give Mr. Velasco a little time to shake that one off, thanks some more sponsors. I Don't Care Family Restaurant and Sports Bar, Parker Haskins Insurance Incorporated, Rabine Brothers Law Firm, Victory Electric Cooperative Association, Jimmy John's, Farm County Farm Bureau Association, Service Master and Rapid Response, Dodge City Kenworth, Cargill Meat Solutions, Tommy's Express Car Wash, Dodge City YMCA, EDF Renewables, and Dodge City Eye Care Sports Vision Training. So taking a little bit of time for Isaiah to gather himself after a pitch that was spiked in front of home plate that hit in the region down low. We're almost ready to go back to work. Bases loaded. West at third, Bertucci at second, Wright at first for the Foxes. The 2-0 pitch, LaPlaca sends it foul for strike number 1. A check swing. They say he goes around, and LaPlaca evens the count at 2 apiece. The 2-2. Up the middle, fielded by nobody. It gets past Mora. 1 run scores, 2 runs score. And that will put runners on the corners. So Max Carrillo no longer batting. It is now Cole Barta.
Next up, number 10, Cole Barta.
The pitch misses outside. 1-0 the count to Barta. Center delivers, and it's a bit upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes to count to Barta. Runners on the corners, 2 runs in. The A's trail at 15-6. That pitch outside. 3 balls in, no strikes. Barta thought he was going to get ball 4. Instead, called strike 1. There he'll get ball 4 as he misses upstairs, and that'll load the bases again. The A's are going to make a pitching change, and we'll tell you about it when we return. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. The A's go to their 5th pitcher of the night in Eric Mendoza. J.J. Fontana at the plate. Comes up empty on the swing and evens a count at 1 apiece. Fontana 0 for 3. Got on an error his last time up. So he fouls that one off. Down in the count, 1-2. One run scores on the fielder's choice. They get the out at second, and that puts runners on the corners. A 1 count to Larry Haskins back at the top of the order for the Foxes. Haskins is 0 for 4, walked on his last time up. Eric Mendoza getting his first pitching of the year for the Dodge City A's. One pitch. Fouled off by Haskins. A nice bender by Mendoza, but missing inside. The count even at 2 apiece. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away, 2 runners on for the Foxes. That one's grounded to the shortstop Mora. Throw to first in time. That will end the inning. And we head to the bottom of the 7th. It's stretch time in Dodge City. You've been listening to Dodge City A's baseball. Zach Mora leading off for the Dodge City A's in the bottom of the 7th. Takes the first pitch from Smith, low for ball number 1. The A's trail 16-6. The Foxes 16 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. The A's 6 runs, 7 hits, and 3 errors. Mora fouls that one off and evens a count at 1 apiece. The Foxes 1 in the second, 1 in the third, 5 in the fourth, 6 in the sixth, 3 in the seventh, as that is in on the hands, and it will put a runner on for the A's. Nope. It will be a foul ball.
It's okay. I changed it. So. Oh wait, batting position.
1-2 pitch from Smith. Mora fouls it off again. Count remains 1-2. The A's have to score at least 1 in this inning if they want to keep the game alive. Mora sends that one to left field, and Cole Barta there to haul it down for out number 1. Matthew Rivers steps up. He's 0 for 2. 2 strikeouts and a walk his night at the plate. 1 away for the Dodge City A's, and the A's down to their final 2 outs. Tyler Smith on the mound for the Foxes. One's foul tipped. Strike number 1 to Rivers. Pitch is called strike. Rivers down in the count 0-2 and dangerously close to drawing the hat trick of strikeouts in the ball game. The 0-2 pitch swung on, it's missed, and that will be strikeout number 3 of the game for Rivers. The goal. A home run for Jaron Gorsh, and the A's trail it 16-7. So the solo shot for Jaron Gorsh over the left field wall guarantees that the A's will go into the 8th inning. Shannon Martin at the plate for the Dodge City A's with 2 away, and he is 1 for 3, a flyout his last time up. Down in the count 0-2 now. Almost 3 hours and 20 minutes into this ball game, and we're still in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch is fouled off. Count remains 0-2. Ball delivered low. 1 ball and 2 strikes account to Shannon Martin. The A's starting their 5th trip through the batting order as Kraus tripped, but recovers and pulls it down for out number 3. We're headed to the top of the 8th. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Nuri Todd leads off as he is out to face Eric Mendoza. He fouls that one off and is down in the count 0-2. Todd 0 for 3 in the ball game. Has walked on twice, flown out, hit into a fielder's choice, and grounded out. Line drive at Mora, and Todd will go 0 for 4. Brings up Phoenix West. West is 2 for 2. A hit by pitch, 2 walks, and 2 doubles. Pops that one up. Headed towards left field. Murphy giving chase. It falls. That is not Nate Murphy out in left field. So Jaron moved to left, so Nate Murphy no longer in the lineup.
At the plate, number 32, Nicholas Bertucci.
Nicholas Bertucci strikes out swinging, and that brings in James Wright. 2 away for the Foxes. The Foxes with a runner on third and 2 away. James Wright steps in, 1 for 3. Walked on his last time up. Takes first pitch for ball number 1. A blooper out into left field, and that will score a run. Kraus steps up. He is 0 for 1. Got caught looking. Sends that one to Mora. Mora off the glove. Another error for the Dodge City A's. But they make the tag at third for the out, so that will end the inning. We're headed to the bottom of the 8th. The A's trail 17-7. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Grant Weisermans leads off for the Dodge City A's. He is down in the count 0-2, 0 for 3 on the ball game. Grounded out his last time up. Tyler Smith still on the mound. Weisermans runs into one. It's going, goodbye. A solo shot. The A's with solo shots in the bottom of the 7th and now the 8th. They will not be denied as the A's are going to send it to the 9th. A solo shot for Grant Weisermans, his first hit of the night. So the Fort Collins Foxes decided to make a carousel of changes. The A's following suit as C.D. Sharple steps in to take strike number 1. Tyler Smith on the mound. Nobody on, nobody out. 1 run in on the solo shot to the left field wall by Grant Weisermans. The pitch called strike. Sharple's down in the count 0-2. We thank everybody that has stuck around for this so far 3.5 inning marathon of a game, as that pitch comes in inside and the count moves to 1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, the count to Sharples. So that one is grounded up the first base side, flipped to the pitcher, and that will be out number 1. Jake Vassell steps in. Vassell 3 for 3 on the game. 2 singles, a home run, and a walk for him as the A's trail it 17-8. The A's 8 runs, 9 hits, 5 errors. The Foxes 17 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. I'm not going to swear to it, but it looks like Shannon Martin in the bullpen for the Dodge City A's.
No way. He's been begging it for all year.
Vassell pops it up. It drops in the outfield. I wish I could call that an error, but you got to rule it a hit because no one touched it. So it'll be a hit, and Vassell stays perfect, 4 for 4.
His name's Dom Roberts.
So the A's will have a catching change as well, as Dom Roberts now hitting for the Dodge City A's. He will take the place of Isaiah Velasco. Roberts fouls that one off. Down in the count, 0-1. 1 on, 1 away for the Dodge City A's. 1 run already in. The A's with solo shots in the 7th and 8th innings to keep this game going. Roberts swung on and missed, comes up empty. 0-2 the count. With all the changes, the defensive alignment for the Foxes, left to right in the outfield, Barta, Kraus, and Bertucci. Across the infield, third to first, West, Haskins, Todd, and Wright. The 0-2 pitch again from Smith. Roberts sends it foul. It'll go out into the field, and we'll do the 0-2 over again. 4 pitches that he has seen, 3 of them fouled off. Oh, 2 delivery again, high and inside for ball number 1. The 1-2 pitch. Down low, and will go to the backstop, not making a throw to first as Vassell goes to second on a wild pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. The count to Dominic Roberts. And the 7th pitch of the at-bat coming. Roberts makes contact, grounds it to the shortstop Haskins. Throw to first in time, out number 2. Defensively, Haskins has been solid for the Fort Collins Foxes.
Yes.
And in steps Bo Dalian. Pitch misses outside for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Popped foul and out of play to even the count at 1 apiece. Two and 1, the count to Dalian as the pitch missed low. Count now 2 and 2. Deuces wild across the top of the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. 1 on as the pitch is a drop, strike 3. They'll throw down to first to complete the out. It will do it for this one. We're headed to the top of the 9th. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Eric Mendoza remains on the mound for the Dodge City A's. He is in to face LaPlaca. LaPlaca singled his last time up. Down in the count, 1 and 2. That pitch is fouled off. The count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Plaka makes contact, sends it to left field. That'll put a runner on for the Foxes. Bring in Cole Barta. Barta's over as he walked on his last time up. The Foxes made a host of changes back in the 7th. And he takes ball number 1. Pitch misses low, makes it 2-0. Barta makes contact, sends it to left field. It will fall in for a hit and roll into the corner. Plaka digging for third, and it will be a stand-up double. Catcher J.J. Fontana at the plate. He's 0 for 4, hit into a fielder's choice his last time up. One of the few remaining original starters in the lineup. Pitch is called strike 2, even the count at 1 apiece. Eric Mendoza came in, and I think it was to get the final out in the bottom of the 7th, if I remember right. One and two. Now 2 and 2, the count to Fontana. Nobody out. Runners on second and third for the Foxes. That pitch is fouled off, and the count remains 2 and 2. Full count now. The payoff pitch from Mendoza. Fires in, misses inside. Ball 4 that loads the bases. Larry Haskins back at the plate. He is 0 for 5. Pitch misses high for ball number 1. Haskins getting his 7th plate appearance of the ball game. A ground out, a fly out, a strikeout, a ground out, a walk, and another ground out the night at the plate for Larry Haskins. He is 0 for 5. Pitch swung on and missed to even the count at 1 apiece. Haskins makes contact. Weiserman's tracking it, pulls it down. It'll be a sac fly. And the throw home in time. A laser by Grant Weiserman's to gun down LaPlaca. He is thrown out at the plate. That puts runners on second and third with 1 away. Two away. So Nuri Todd grounds out to the shortstop, and we are headed to the bottom of the ninth. The A's trail 17-8. You've been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball. Brady Hall on the mound for the Foxes. And Zach Mora leads off for the Dodge City A's. Mora is 1 for 4. He flew out his last time up. He is down in the count 0-2. Hall working from the first base side of the rubber, delivers outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count to Mora. Mora swings and misses, and that will go down on strikes. Swinging hard was Mora, wanting to join the solo home run parade that has been the last 2 innings. Here comes Matthew Rivers. Rivers is 0 for 3, has struck out 3 of the 4 times. He sends that one down the left field line and foul for strike number 1. A long strike number 1 to Matthew Rivers. The 0-1 pitch coming from Hall. Misses outside to even the count at 1 apiece. A few fans left in the crowd tonight for the Dodge City A's as Rivers makes contact, grounds it to the shortstop. Throw to first in time for out number 2. The A's down to their final out. So on the jam shot, Rivers breaks his bat. Now he finishes the broken bat, the flying bat by Jaron Gorsh, as it ends up past the third base's coaching box. Gorsh down in the count 0-1. He is 1 for 4 in the ball game. Hit a home run his last time up. One and one, the count to Jaron Gorsh as the A's are down to their final out. Gorsh, the 9-hole hitter for the A's, moved from second to left field, grounded to the second baseman, throw to first in time. That does it for this one. The A's fall 17-8. We'll take a quick step aside, get our final game numbers. We'll be back in a short little bit. We'll be back. Dodge City A's baseball. The A's drop game 2 of the series. They fall to the Fort Collins Foxes tonight, 17-8. The Foxes 17 runs, 16 hits, 1 error. They strand 12. Your A's 8 runs on 10 hits, 5 errors, and strand 10. The win goes to Connor Kearns. The loss to Stephen Trinidad. The A's actually got it started early, scored 3 in the first and 1 in the second to take a 4-1 lead at the time. The Foxes would not go down quietly as they would score 1 in the second, 1 in the third, 5 in the fourth. The A's would answer back with another 2 in the fourth. But it would be the 6 runs in the 6. It would be the decisive blow as the A's would fall down. They would be down 16-6 going into the 7th inning, where they would hit solo home runs in the 7th and 8th. They would fall by a score of 17-8. That'll do it for this one as the A's fall down in Game 2. They trail the series 0-2 to the Fort Collins Foxes. The final home game of the series coming up tomorrow with these Foxes. 7 p.m. first pitch here at Cavalier Field. I am Justin Hergert, was alongside with Garrett Odie assisting with the live stream. For the entire A's board and organization, we say thank you for following along, especially in this one where we were almost 4 hours into this ball game. You have been listening to Dodge City A's Baseball.